us birth and blessing, land that called us ever homewards. We will go home across the mountain. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountain. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountain. Land of freedom, land of heroes, land that gave us hope and memories. Hear our singing, hear our longing. We will go home across the mountain. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountains. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountains. Land of sun and land of moonlight, land that brought us joy and sorrow, land that gave us love and laughter. We will go home across the mountain. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountains. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountains. When the land is there before us, we have gone home across the mountains.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope y'all are doing well. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome, welcome. We're back with some more Final Fantasy XIV tonight. Sorry I wasn't here on Monday. I wound up accidentally sleeping the entire day away. And I almost did that today too. It's been a rough week. Dealing with a lot of bureaucracy and tons of stuff today. But we're back, we're here, and we're ready to keep the story going. Uyonje is eager to press on in the hunt for the Fey relics. With our enemies fast approaching, time is of the essence. We must needs accomplish our mission with all possible haste. Of the two remaining bearers of the relics, the Numo are the nearer. We shall seek them out next. Among the Fey folk, they bear the distinction of having abided in these lands since before the flood. They are also the friendliest to men, and have served me faithfully whenever I have called on them. Indeed, they are the source of much of the knowledge I have acquired in my time here. The path leadeth past my dwellings. Let us away. Na 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 na. So we've explored almost everywhere, or I went through and explored almost everything. Past yonder cliff lieth Plaini, home of the Numo. The others have gone ahead to scout the way. Come, let us follow. Where's it needing to go? Okay. Up around this corner. Hairs it down in my eyes again. Ugh. If the path striketh thee as precipitous, I missed that. For where the lake now lieth, there was a valley, in whose midst thrived the city of Vobert. 'Twas only when the Fuath came in the wake of the flood that the settlement was drowned. We stand now upon its former outskirts, grazing lands where shepherds once tended their flocks. Though one cannot help but feel a pang of loss when facing such a spectacle, one can scarcely blame the Fey folk for so altering the land. The blame for that lieth with the light, a force terrible enough to bring an entire civilization to its knees, an entire world. Hey, Crash! That should have been allowed to rise up unchecked.
And dispense some indiscriminate justice.
Yet, in spite of all the tragedy which surroundeth me, I'm glad have the chance to. I missed that. 'Twas these hands which brought together the warriors of darkness in Menphilia, lest thou forget. Therefore, even there is no eighth umbral calamity to forestall, it seemed only right that I strive to deliver the first from its doom. Only right, I say, though the such words ill convey the strength of my convictions. In truth, I can no more ignore the plight of the world than I can choose to stop breathing, and thus do I labor, for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. The coming struggle promiseth to test our limits, but as long as we stand together, I doubt not that we shall prevail. Ah, mortals just as we thought. Uh-oh, pixies. Hast thou business with us? Business? Ha! Nothing so boring. We smelled you coming and thought we'd come to play. They do not appear to be pixies of Lada and Laran. Mine apologies. We are in some haste. Mayhap another time. Oh, in some haste are you? Then allow me to hasten you on your way. Tee hee hee. Crap. Just another distraction. Teleportation magic. For a mercy, we were not sent far off course. Should the pixies find us again, however, they will most assuredly repeat the trick. We have not the time to waste. Let us avail ourselves of an enchantment I have learned. Fey Cloak, 'tis called, a most ingenious magic which rendereth one invisible to Fey folk, albeit briefly. How are you doing tonight, Crash? I shall cast the enchantment upon thee. Under its aegis thou art to make thy way past the pixies and rejoin our comrades. Know, however, that the enchantment shall suffice to veil thee and thee alone. Do not be tempted to employ a mount, as will only serve to give thy presence away. Yeah, I know that feeling. It's been a pretty rough week for me. And it's only Wednesday. That's fair. Have you ever, did you ever play, The Stick of Truth? I mean, I own the Shattered But Whole, but I haven't, like, played any of it. There we go. I assumed you were right behind us. What took you so long? Pixies, man. Pixies. I see. Yes, I'd say that's a valid excuse for lateness. You are hereby forgiven. In other good news, the new Mo village lies just through here. We'll enter as soon as Urianger deigns to join us. Ah, mortals! Mortals are here! Lots of them! Thought you said the Numo were men's best friends. The poor thing was beside itself with fear. 'Twas beside itself, perhaps, but not with fear. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable, I tell you, to have so many mortals appear at once. It is more excitement than we can bear. They sound like Moogles. Greetings, Elder Wid Anik. Tyranny. Pray forgive my brevity, but time is against us. We have come to borrow the stone scepter from the new Mo. The stone scepter? Then you mean to lift the seal over Lehen Gahal? That is unacceptable. Unacceptable, I tell you. If the king is set free, none here will be safe. Unlike our Fey cousins, we New Mo have called this land our home since time immemorial. Leaving is unthinkable. Thus did many full of us lay down our lives to seal away our king when it was corrupted by light. If we do as you ask, our sacrifice will have been in vain. Don't worry, we'll defeat Titania. I think that was part of the idea, Crash. But then you'll only become another Light Warden. It changes nothing. Honored Elder, pray believe me when I say that this man is possessed not only of the strength required to vanquish the king, but of something still more valuable, a means to resist the resulting corruption. Indeed, it hath already laid low a Light Warden of Lakeland, without succumbing to the influence of its light. He is yet a stranger to this land, 'tis true, but he harboureth the selfsame desire to see the Sin-Eaters eliminated as we do. Wilt thou not lend us thy hand, that we might see thy beloved home restored to its former glory? You have always done right by us, Urianger. If you have placed your faith in this man, then so shall we. As you say, we want nothing more than be rid of the Sin-Eaters. Be that as it may, it is not a decision to be made lightly. We require time to deliberate. A turn of the moon, perhaps. We don't have a turn of the moon, unless we want to debate this with the Ilmorian army. Elder, given all that is at stake, I cannot well expect thee to simply roll over and acquiesce to our request. But even now, a powerful foe draweth near, and I fear we must beseech thee to hasten thy deliberations, that thou mayst fetch us the scepter while there is still time to use it. Roll over? Fetch? You know full well that naught gives us greater pleasure than to render aid to men. You know full well, yet you speak the words of power regardless. It's unfair. Unfair, I tell you. In happier times, it was our honor to assist mortals in need and receive rewards befitting our deeds. Since the kingdom of Vobert fell, however, we have been starved of man's patronage. After so many years of deprivation, it is difficult to ignore such an earnest entreaty. Very well, Urianger. I promise to give you as swift an answer as I may. In return, I ask that you and yours remain here the while, and bestow upon us your patronage. Is this arrangement agreeable? Looks like we don't have a choice. You will offer your patronage to our people, too, yes? Let's see, perhaps you can begin with Marn Osi. They are one of our foremost artisans, once held the highest esteem by the Knights of Obert. With the Knights gone, however, Marn Osi has no opportunity to put their skills to use. They would be overjoyed with your patronage. Na, 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 na. Lizard. $1,182, $1,183, $1,184. Wait, did I already count that leaf? Wow, who, what, where, what? Wait, you're immortal? Huzzah! Well met, yes, very well met indeed. Have you old and tired arms and armor that are threatening to fall apart at crucial junctures in battle? If you answered yes, you've come to the right Numo. I will restore your equipment to pristine condition for a payment of a pair of moss fungus legs. Moss fungi roam just outside the cave. Please, please, please give their legs and your patronage to me. So we need to go back the way we came. About time I started killing something. Alright, there's one. We got low DPS because I'm still using level 70 gear. We only have 3 more levels until we max out Dark Knight. Ah, you are returned, with the Phosmongus legs, I hope. The tools are of my trade, lest you wonder, used to polish metal and leather alike to a lustrous sheen. Now that I work again, I must replenish my stores. 2, because that's how many I have. Huzzah! 2 moss fungus legs, as befits the work. To have neither more nor less expected than we can provide. There is no greater joy. You've given me a fitting payment for my service, and my services are at your disposal. Shall I begin by inspecting your equipment? I see. Though I must ask for a small fee for the materials, I am pleased to say that all your arms and armor may be restored. If you mean to change them in the near future, however, there's no need to hurry. My first repair is complimentary. Here's the coin with which you may pay me with which you desire to have the work done. Many thanks for your patronage. Marno's shop is now open for business. Oh, and if you mean to offer your patronage to another, may I suggest East Gulf yonder. Guff? Goof? Judging from your equipment, 'tis plain you're no stranger to battle. I believe that East Goof will have something to offer you. Repair all my gear. Eastgoof's eyes light up at the sight of you. Ah, to have so many men visit us at once. It is a joyous day indeed. If it please you, please give me your patronage. As my patron, I ask that you remove the noxious mushrooms that grow in our cave. Flame spores, they're called. It's on my face. We would tend them with magics, except they leave behind a harmful ash, and we've no choice but to pluck them one at a time. Now, you will be curious as to what I have to offer. I am a purveyor of wares that will aid you in your travels. In exchange for your fitting payment, I will give you my choicest items. It's this direction. Oh, they're up there. Sorry if I'm really low energy today. Like I said, I've been having to sleep a great deal recently. Seems like no matter how much I try to sleep, I always have to oversleep. Roommate is sending me messages. I have the house to myself right now, so it's fun because I can just leave my door open and let all the air flow through, and it's nice and cool in here. You've already removed the flame spores? How very quick you are. Oh, but did you perchance learn of the western entrance as well? I am told they have more have cropped up in that area. There they are. Ah. As you pluck the last of the flame spores, you sense a gaze from the entrance. Minfilia? I wasn't spying on you or anything. I just finished my task and I should go and report back. Philly is spying on me, apparently. Ah, you are returned. Have you dealt with the flame spores by the western entrance as well? Excellent. No more poisonous spores irritating our noses. For a little while, at least. Oh dear, I believe I'm getting sentimental. Having a patron again, it reminds me of the old days. Fair every day, I would carry my wares to the castle and offer in exchange for men's patronage. Back then, when the castle wasn't called Ligia, the Voberites built it, and they named it Gurin's Licht. It was their last bastion in the struggle against the Sand Eaters, and now they're none. Now they're gone, all of them, nobles and knights and common folk alike. But enough reminiscing. I must give you what you have earned. And if you desire anything else I possess, I would be glad to offer them to you, for a fitting price, of course. Weed Lad. Over there. They've been under the weather of late and have the chance to perform an honorable task would cheer them up. No. There. I don't think any of this is good enough for... Nope. What? You would be my patron? But I can't do anything for you. The lawless ones took my invisible ink, and without it I can't make my arcane wares. Who are the lawless ones? They're Numo like us, except they've turned their backs on our values. Curs without honor they are. They refused to work, instead spending their time cavorting and making a nuisance of themselves. It was when I was outside for a walk that they set upon me and robbed me of my possessions, the ink included. I was too weak to resist them. But you, mortal, you look quite strong. Do you think you could take my ink back from those villains? Excuse me, Arasada, but I couldn't help but overhearing. Do you mean to undertake this task? Will you let me accompany you? I could learn from you, and help you in what little way I can. You're welcome to join. And Thancred's gonna get angry at me. Thank you so much. The lawless ones make their lair in the south, inside a cave called Father Collard's Chambers. They took many vials of ink. I would be grateful if you could bring back as many as possible. Ugh. Yeah, it's over here. It's where I thought it would be. This entire area makes me think of David the Gnome. Yep, that's my wolf. One of my 4 wolf mounts, I think. I believe it's 4. Yeah, I've got the Blissful Kamui, the Reveling Kamui, and the Legendary Kamui, so it's the 3 different wolf mounts. This one is blue and gold with green, and then the Reveling Kamui is black, or kind of a bluish black white with red, and then the Blissful Kamui is kind of a pinkish orange with the blue and black, with the blue and white. They're my favorite mounts. Hey Frank, how are you doing? Hey Frank, remind me, weren't you doing a D&D thing recently? Like, didn't you do a D&D thing today? Yeah, I think I saw some tweets about it. It was yesterday. Okay. How did it go? Oh, uploaded the VOD today. Okay. Nice. You know, the usual. Was there a lot of role-playing or more like crunchy rules stuff? Avoid the green glider. Trying to avoid as many fights as we can. Nice. Say I'm gonna avoid fights, and then immediately get in a fight. I've got a friend who's trying to organize a game on Twitch. They are the big thing right now is they're looking for specific players, but they're a very busy person with a lot of hobbies. So finding the time to do yet another hobby is taking a lot of energy. And of course, 2020 and now 2021 is not being conducive to picking up new hobbies. Father College Chambers is through here. I peered inside, and sure enough, If Thancred were here, he'd had me go about it quietly and quickly. Let us split up. I'll find the ink. I'll find all the ink I can and come back outside. Get him, Philly. Ah. Really wanting to fight my way through this entire... Shouldn't complain, it's just more XP. Yeah, I get that. Believe me. Well, that's... You're living the dream. I say that in, like, the best way possible. Of having the opportunity to do something like that is amazing. Wonder, can I jump up there? Can't jump high because I've got all this heavy fucking armor. Aha. I love this music. It actually, you know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of Secret of Mana. Fungimancer. Uh-oh. Currently, I am playing Dark Knight. Looking forward to picking up the Reaper job when the new expansion drops. Let's see, we're currently level 77? Yeah. Currently level 77 in Dark Knight, but I've got a whole bunch of other jobs too. So I'm not doing a heck of a lot of damage as we go through here because this is all tank. Dark Knight is all tank. But thematically it makes sense. Because I'm supposed to be the warrior of darkness, driving back the horrible, corrupting light. Because we're in a mirror universe. God damn! Go away! This is the issue we were having with Secret World Legends, is you just reach a certain point where it's like the enemies just keep aggroing and will not stop. Well, they don't give you an opportunity to just sneak past them. Because I don't want to have to fight every fucking step I take. That's boring. I was trying to avoid that. It's up there. Looks like the only way we can get there is climbing mushrooms again. Mother... How could he even see me? That's real, man. Thank you for the lurk. Get up there. This is always the issue I run into with MMOs. There's just a point where I'm like, just let me get to my objective. Everything will get done. You don't have to keep forcing me to prove how cool I am. This is a real problem with the later parts of Secret World, but it's definitely a problem in WoW as well. Now, I just don't care. Oh my god, are you serious? Go away. That's why I cannot wait to get flying. It's a very beautiful castle.
Oh, thank goodness. There you are. Those Numo were rather frightening. I'm glad you're safe.
I'm glad you're safe too.
I haven't seen much actual combat, so I was a little nervous, but I'm happy I could help. The Minfilius before me battled Sin Eaters as part of the Yulmoran army. But that had all changed by the time I was found. They held me captive, so that I wouldn't follow in the others' footsteps. I'd still be in my cell now had Thancred not spirited me away. When he found me, I knew nothing of the world.
Why is it
I
focusing
didn't
on
know
her
how to
chest?
live, let alone fight. Thancred once told me that if the efforts to summon you failed, it would fall to me to face the Light Wardens. I realized then that it was the only reason he kept me close. As a contingency. The truth is, he can't stand to be around me.
That's not true.
Because I'm not her. I'm not his Minfilia. Once, we journeyed to Nabatha Reng together, to the place where the Oracle appeared and stayed the flood. As we drew near, I felt as though I was fading away. I shut my eyes and covered my ears, and then... I'm not sure what happened after that. I have a vague feeling that I said something to him. Only it wasn't me at all. It was her. Afterwards, Thancred didn't say a word. Only kept to himself and brooded. There's nothing I can do for him. Nothing I can offer but my presence. Though it only reminds him of his loss. She should be the one to live on. That's why I tried to find you, because I knew that was what she wanted. But now that you're here, I'm not entirely sure what it was she intended me to do. Was I meant to tell you something or bring you to someone? or somewhere. I can feel the answer at the edge of my mind, just out of reach.
Oh shit.
What is that?
The Light Warden.
Why? Why did you imprison us? Such boredom, such tedium have we suffered. It is unfair. Unfair.
Oh, that's creepy.
Come and play with us.
It came from the castle.
She knows we're here. She knows what we're trying to do.
This is everything I have. Please see it delivered to the Nemo. I will bear word to Thancred and the others.
She's like the reverse of Lady Skaha from the... was it from the Maki raid series? Lizard. Mercy, your majesty, we had no choice. Please forgive us. Oh, it's you. My ink. Were you able to retrieve it? Ha! Yes, this is the ink, and almost all of it, too. When our king spoke to me, my day went from bad to worse, but thanks to you, it is simply bad again. What? You had the vision too? Oh, woe is us. Ordinarily, when living being turns to a sin eater, it loses everything about its mind that defined it. However, the king has retained some of their instincts. This manifests in the desire to play and be free. So strong is that desire, it often leaks through the seal to invade our consciousness. For a long time, we've ignored it, but we can't do so forever. But forgive me, I was going to thank you for reuniting me with my ink. You did exactly as I asked, so I will give you the service I promised. Ahem. Nothing up my sleeve, and voila! May it serve you well. What does he do? Good for a single journey through the Aetheryte network. Okay. We can go ahead and use that. And we can go ahead and use that one too. Alright. Ah, there's nothing like honorable work. Thanks again for giving me the opportunity. Oh, I should mention that Elder Weed Anak returned a moment ago. If you seek them out, I dare say they'll have tidings for you. Alright. Ah, there you are. I'm informed that you've been an excellent patron of our people. For that, you have my thanks. Now then, you will be pleased to hear that we've come to a decision regarding the scepter. If you would gather your companions, I'll deliver our answer. Before I begin, please allow me to express my gratitude for your kind patronage. Having been deprived of purpose for so long, our people are overjoyed at being able to serve again. But, on this matter of the stone scepter, during our deliberations, we were forced to concede that we never have the power to deal with our fallen monarch. We can release Titania neither from the castle nor from torment. In light of this, we've decided to entrust their fate to you. Take it, the stone scepter of the new Mo. This makes 3 relics, 1 more and we can arrange a meeting with the warden. Ere you continue your quest, allow me to enlighten you as to the regards of your foe. Know that Titania is not a name, but a title, bestowed upon one chosen to lead the pixies by the grace of nature. This leader, upon Ilmeg's founding, arose as ruler of all Feyfolk to bring order to our riotous kind. In turn, we Feyfolk render our blessing unto nature, under water, food, and wind. Food? Wood. Although they become a sin eater, their powers remain unchanged. When you face them, be prepared to face the full force of nature. Oh dear, is there anything else that we should know? Anything else? Only that if you feel unready for the challenge, and none would blame you for it, you are welcome to remain among us a while longer. After all, I myself have yet to enjoy your patronage, and who knows when I will next have the chance. We would see that you are, well, comfortable, of course, and do all in our power to make you feel at home. Hee hee. Oi! Honestly, I look away for one moment and every fairy and their nuncle tries to steal my sapling from me. The final relic is a pair of shoes wrought of crystal. They are held in the Amaro's safekeeping in the settlement Wolenkendorf. It beareth mention that these Amaro, unlike those which hast fortune encountered, owing to a peculiarity of evolution, they are capable of speech, and thus we might negotiate with them as we have with the other Fey folk. Though it saddens us to see you leave, we wish you well on your way. When you arrive at Wilkendorf, seek out the largest of the Amaru. His name is Seto, and he is their leader and bearer of the relic. I fully admit this background music just is enchanting and pretty, and there we go. Amaro looks tired. Enormous Amaru slumbers peacefully. Seto? Artbert? Oh, forgive me, I was having a dream. Seldom do men visit us. What brings you here? Did I hear you all right? You desire the crystal shoes, that you may confront the Light Warden. No, you mustn't think such thoughts. Even if you were indeed immune to the light's corruption, as you claim, vanquishing the king would bring you naught but sorrow. Forget this folly. Return whence you came. While we appreciate your concern, we have no choice in this matter. Will you not reconsider? Come, my friends, let's leave him with his thoughts. "'Tis harder by far to change the minds of those who mean well than to those who mean ill. Forgive me, but I'm not sure I understand." "And little wonder, 'tis the first time thou hast set foot here. 'Twould behoove us all to learn something of the nature of this community, I think, and there is no surer way than to speak with its members. In such wise, you will come to understand Seto's reasoning for refusing us, and I hope gain an insight as to how he may yet be persuaded. So I bid ye seek out the Amaro and make yourselves known to them. A gentle touch shall suffice as a way of greeting." Gentle touch, Thancred, not punch to face. Well now, it is not often that we are visited by men, much less unglamoured ones, which brings you so far from your own kind. Unglamoured ones? Oh, pet. Krr, krr. How long has it been since I last felt man's touch? I cannot help but be reminded of my master's hand. He was a knight of Vobert, a noble and valiant soul. But like so many others, he died fighting the Sin Eaters. Though he is long departed, I remain in this land out of respect for his memory. Ah, that tickles. Enough. I've never had a master. I'm not accustomed to it. Nor that I dislike your kind, you understand. On the contrary, we Amaro were bred to be fond of men. In the beginning, we were all of us mindless beasts, but when a mage of Ronka gave us the gift of intelligence that we might better serve our masters. After the Empire fell, those with the gift eventually died out. On rare occasions, however, we are born with the seed of our ancestors in us. If we live long enough amongst men, the seed may quicken, restoring the power to spread to us amongst other things. So it was with me, though I never had a master, as I told you. Apparently you can get a Amaru mount if you go Omni 80, meaning if you get all of your combat jobs to 80, of which I have... Was that not showing my... Weird. Okay. Of which it was... Let's see. I've got 1, 2, 3... Oh, crap. Okay. Got disconnected. Is there maintenance going on? Let me check. Okay, it's not gonna be in there. World is full? What the fuck? Give me a second. We're gonna check the... see if there's maintenance going on or something. God, I hate that. Well, it says it's online, so okay. Looks like it's letting me in now. Okay, that was weird. So yeah, what I was saying is I've got 1, 2, 3 combat classes at 80, and one that's close to 80. Out of a ton that I don't have, obviously. So it's gonna take me a while to get that. What's all the commotion? Did something happen while we slumbered? Grrr, what happening? What, am I being patted? It's wonderful. Seldom do we have the chance to enjoy the intentions of men. Your kind are loath to come here for fear of the Fey folk. But then we are Fey folk too. When first we made our home here, we swore an oath to the Fairy King, you see. 'Tis easy to forget sometimes. Am I coming through okay? Are y'all having any interruptions? Because I'm showing that my kilobytes per second are fine. And it says I'm still live and everything, so... let me go back here and... we'll check the stream just to make sure. That's wrong. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of sitting here and watching me just fiddle around with stuff. Alright, it says I'm live. It's still loading, but it says I'm live. Everything looks okay. Weird. Alright, I guess it was just Final Fantasy XIV had a flutter. Alright, so that being said... before we continue this quest, we've been going about an hour, so I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to go to our intermission screen. I'm going to throw on our background music. And I'm going to take a quick break to stretch, move around. If you've been watching me since we started, I highly suggest you do the same. I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes, y'all. And we're back. Thou hast peered into the hearts of the Amaru, I take it. Then thou canst not choose but to see the intense and abiding love they bear for men. 'Tis out of concern for our welfare, and not scorn, that Seto seeketh to dissuade us from confronting their king. Yet confront their king we must, and to that end we must needs have the crystal shoes. I forgot to turn that back. Give me one second. There we go. Oryanshu's brow is furrowed in thought. Arasada, might I prevail upon thee to confer with Seto in private? The task of slaying the Light Warden will ultimately be thine, and it is for thee, I believe, that he worrieth the most. Tell him thy many great deeds. Spoken in earnest, thy words may yet prove to him a change in his mind. Go brag, and see if that helps. You have spoken with my brethren. Then you will see it is not out of scorn that I deny thee this relic. I simply cannot bear to see men fight and die, not any more. None of us can. Only to lose one who has placed a gentle hand on us even once fills our hearts with untold sorrow, as my brothers and sisters will readily attest. This is something I must do. What am I to make such declarations? Tell me, why do you wish this? This land is no longer man's to fight for, nor will your doing so compel the Fey folk to change. And in order to obtain the other relics, you will already have paid the due price. Nay, more is owed. Why then would you risk all to face our fallen king? To keep a promise to my friends. What did you say? The very words. Could it be mere coincidence? Very well. You may believe what you say, but we shall see if you have the strength to do it. Sin Eaters have been prowling the area of late. Prove yourself against them, and I will consider giving you the relic. See that you are well prepared, then meet me in the clearing to the east. There I will lure out the fiends, that you may slay them. Go away. I will use my voice to lure out the Sin Eaters, as I once did when I hunted with an old friend. A feeble cry for the ravenous, a mighty roar for the territorial. I still remember the tricks. But come, we will begin at your signal. Ready then? Very well. They're like a four-winged, like, flying wyvern kind of thing. I like them. I think they look very cool. They kind of pulled out a lot of the stops for just how creative these creatures look. Well, every time a creature or a Sin Eater shows up, it's always bleached white. You made short work of those creatures, I will not deny it. I have seen enough. Let us return to Wolkendorf. Now let's check something. How many? Still need 4. So these guys helped me out, so I'm going to help them out. Or we still need to... So, think of them less as polar bears and more as grizzly bears who have been completely bleached blonde. Be at ease with that you slew the Sin Eaters. I see that you are capable. However, I still require time to think, and if you should be willing, there is a favor I would ask of you. It is not a test of your strength, but a personal request. Please hear my tale. A while ago, I fought Sin Eater, who had wandered into Ilmeg. In the heat of battle, I dropped a prized possession, a medallion. Of all the places that it should fall, it was in Long Mirror Lake. We Amaru are not fond of water. We certainly cannot dive very deep. I briefly entertained the thought of turning to the Fuath, but they are more likely to keep my medallion out of mischief than return it to me. I had despaired in retrieving my treasure, but having seen what you are capable of, perhaps you will be able to find it. While I ponder your request for the shoes, will you not go in search for my medallion? If it should elude even you, I will accept that it is gone forever. Alright, let's see. Is it not controls? There we go. I had to get out far enough. But you can get one of those Amaru mounts if you work very hard at it. Like I said, you have to be an Omni 80 to do it, and that takes a lot of work. Lots of grinding. Luckily, it's just Omni 80 combat classes, not Omni 80 everything. Because that would mean having to grind up those crafting classes, and that's... Whew, I don't know if I could do that. Getting my Carpenter to 15 so I could buy the Emperor's gear was hard enough. Got it. Actually, before we complete this, there's this blue quest down here, but I think I know what this is going to give me. Yes, this will give me an aether current. Sandman would ask a favor of you, assuming he can stay awake long enough. Snore. Oh, I beg your pardon. I must have dozed off again. Ever since I turned 300, I can barely stay awake. Sandman is my name, and I have something for you. What was it again? Ah, yes, a request. I would have you seek out a young Amaru who is newly arrived in Ilmeg. But ere I go into the details, tell me. Know you the nature of our community, Wolkdorf? It is a place where those of us who have attained intelligence come to live out our days. We Amaru are born mindless beasts, you see, but if we abide among men for a century or so, we may awaken into the abilities long lost to our kind, speech not least of all. That those who have awakened might know of Wolkdorf, we asked our Numo friends to place enchantments on the crystals found throughout Ilmeg. These crystals call out to our brethren across Norvrund, drawing them hither. However, the aforementioned young Amaru has not prepared for what he has found here, that is, other-speaking Amaru, and no sooner did I welcome him than he bolted and ran. Though he is wary of us, having served men until recently, I believe he will trust you. Please, will you find him and persuade him to come here to help you on your way? He fled to the west of the settlement. No, west. I'm going east. You find a set of Amaru tracks headed southwest. Judging by the depth of the impression, the creature was in some haste. Yeah, and I'm gonna check. Travel, aether current, of course. Fine. You so want to die. There we go. Okay, there's the next set of tracks. Part-eaten foliage. You find foliage that has been partially consumed by a large beast. The trail of consumption continues to the west. Man, these lorikeets have a huge range of aggro. You find the eaten remains of fruit. The exposed flesh has yet to turn brown. The young Amaru may yet be near. There he is. The young Amaru regards you with wary eyes. It's all right to talk. You know that I can talk? There was another fellow like me. Do you know him? Well now, a whole settlement of talking Amaru. That must be the place he wanted to show me. My name is Tonatith. My master was a traveling merchant. One day I discovered I could speak. I was so happy, and I thought my master would be happy too, but when I spoke to him, he looked as if he'd seen a ghost and abandoned me. Since that day, I've been wandering the land by myself. I'd heard of Ilmeg, and I thought it would be nice to see it, but it seems the idea wasn't my own at all. The settlement. Willickdorf? Sounds like a nice place, but I don't want to live there. I've been alone for a long while. I don't feel comfortable around others anymore, not even other Amaru. And then you can continue this quest if you choose. Whereas I am going back to continue story quest. Sure. Ah, you are returned. How fared your search? You know what they make me think of? They make me think of Falcor.
My medallion! You found it!
That is totally not how I thought he would sound.
Oh, I know not how to thank you. It is my most treasured possession. A gift from a dear departed soul. He was a traveler, and together we journeyed to the ends of the world and back again. When I was young. In those days, I could not speak, but we found joy in each other's company nonetheless. Oh, the memories. This medallion he found during an adventure, fashioned it into a necklace for me, his partner in crime. I had not the words to tell him then, but it filled my heart with pride. I was so happy. His name was Artbert, and he was my friend.
Oh, I know Ardbert.
Artbert, thou sayest. Everyone blamed him for the flood, him and his comrades. Some few who spoke up for them, of the many whose lives they had touched. But as the years went by, their voices were drowned out by those who only uttered the adventurers' names as a curse. It was too much to bear. And so I left behind men and their lies, and came to this place. Ardbert was a trusting soul, constantly being drawn into the troubles of others. Yet in spite of this, he never thought twice when he saw someone in need. He always tried to help. It was no different then. The world needed heroes. It needed him. And yet, he was a good man. He deserved to be happy. I wish I could have told him that, at least.
I think he knows. I'm sure Ardbert knows how you feel.
You remind me of him. Your kindness. When we Amaro were created, we were granted the ability to perceive souls. Thus did we recognize our masters. That ability has long since faded from our kind. But due, perhaps, to my reversion, I can see your soul. Faintly, but surely. It is reminiscent of Ardbert's. Strikingly so.
Well, he's
Of course,
basically me.
You are you and no one else. We are defined not by the soul we are born with, but the path we walk. Nevertheless, I cannot help but feel that this is more than mere coincidence. Which is why I will place my faith in you. The relic. It is yours.
This means we have all 4 relics, so we can take on Titania.
There's trouble! Terrible trouble!
What's up?
Has something happened at Lida Loran?
Together with the twins, we were playing
Um,
some nasty mortals to stop them from setting foot in Ilmeg.
Yeah,
At first
basically.
they ran off screaming, which was
Falcor
lots of
from the
fun.
Neverending Story.
But then a scary, bony, wrinkly old mortal came along and spoiled everything. None of our tricks seemed to work on him, which is no fun at all. And now they're getting closer and closer.
Hell, hell.
Ranjit. If he manages to find his way in, all our efforts will have been for naught.
Not if I can kill the Sin Eater fast enough.
Should we be discovered ere our mission here is complete, and the Light Warden yet liveth, our task will be rendered nigh impossible. If we are to prevail, we must needs divide our forces. Thus do I propose the following. Whilst thou salliest forth to meet with the Light Warden, we shall join in the effort to obstruct the trespassers. Should we succeed in staying their advance, all the better. Yet even should we fail, if we can but delay our enemy's arrival long enough for thee to secure victory, our plan may still be deemed a success.
Well, this area is very much like Western fairy tales,
So
as
the
opposed to
moment
what
the
it be
lights
what
go
it
out,
sounds
we
like.
all beat a hasty retreat, yes?
Or they do.
Let me come with you. I have the blessing too.
No, Midfelia. You'll only get underfoot. Now come.
Let her make her own decision, damn it.
I wish there were more I could do. Please be careful.
Like, Thancred is... Okay, so... Thancred is kind of the adopted father, and he's being very, like, overbearing because he's afraid of losing her. Alright. Oh, I need to talk to him again. Okay. Seto would wish you well upon your way. Forgive me, it seems my indecision has cost you precious time. But I am convinced now, convinced that you will triumph. To the south you will find the bridge of Len Gai. As the bearer of the 4 relics, the gate to the castle will open to you. So, once I complete this quest, then I'm going to get the final Aetheryte current, and I'll be able to fly around this area. Which will make doing side quests a hell of a lot easier, to say the least. Is this a fate? Alright, let's try our hand at it. It's gonna suck because he's really fucking powerful, apparently. I don't know, we've already got him down to 60, so thank God for having an AC out the wazoo. I fucked up my rotation there. Okay, we've almost got him. He's down at 32%. This is the good part about being a tank. Oh, Dragonheart, yes. Dragonheart was a very, very good film. Ahead of its time, too. And I say that as, like, it came out at a time where people were not making fantasy films or science fiction films, really. And I think if it had come out in a more modern era, it might have benefited more. Bam! Bicolor gemstones. Fates in certain areas offer bicolor gems as rewards. They can be exchanged with the gemstone trader for rare items, some of which can only be obtained via these vendors. Completing fates in these areas with the highest rating possible will increase your rank, which allows the local gemstone trader to offer a wider selection of items. To view your progress in each applicable area, select shared fate from the travel in the main menu. Okay. Go ahead and do some materia extraction here. So, my theory as to that, as to why all these films are sad, is because when you do fantasy stuff, it is very easy to do sad when it comes to fantasy. It is hard to do comedy. Which is... So here's one of the more interesting dynamics in entertainment that I have found. It is very easy to do stupid comedy. It is very hard to do biting satire type comedy. It is not as hard as satire, but it is easier to do something like... what am I trying to say? It is kind of moderate in between to do sad. It's the reason why it's not hard to run a very silly D&D game. It is hard to run a serious D&D game. It is incredibly difficult to run a satirical D&D game. If that's making any sense. Sorry, I don't remember I haven't done any of the Hildebrand quests yet. I need to. It's on my list of things to do, but I have story, damn it. But like, the reason it was easy to do sad was because it's easy to tell the story of Lost Glory. Especially if you're in the right mood for it. It's also very easy to create a character who is a suffer puppet, especially in RPGs. It's actually a big problem in some of the LARPs that I've been involved with, is everybody wants to play a suffer puppet character, and it's a competition to see who can have the saddest story. It's much harder to play a character who doesn't have to worry about that. That's true. Suffer Puppets and Murder Hobos. That should be the name of my RPG memoir, is Suffer Puppets and Murder Hobos. I will freely admit, though, I am a sucker for, like, stories like this, where it's, like, post-apocalyptic fantasy, and trying to save the world, but the world itself is already pretty fucked up. The gate has recognized you as the bearer of all 4 relics. The seal is broken. Well, when she's in your mind, like, come play with us, yeah, that was rough. All that remains is to enter the castle and confront Titania, a being bereft of... I missed the last part of that. It is sure to be a ferocious battle, but if anyone can bring an end to our king's torment, it's you. Yet know this, my adorable sapling. Though we Fey folk may appear to live unfettered lives, there are still laws that bind us. To take back much as it is taken, to create as much as destroyed, to give as much as is received. In all things, balance must be preserved. At the same time, the same will be asked of you. But worry not. Come what may, your beautiful branch will ever be at your side. The Dancing Plague is now accessible. Can I do a trust for this one? Apparently not, because it's a trial? Yeah, it's an 8-man. Join. We're gonna tank it. Tank it up. Just remember when you fight the dragon in the burn. Oh, that fight was rough. I think we wiped on that like 3 or 4 times. Fair enough. Oh, there's a world boss coming in. I don't know, I'm really living for like the story that's being told through this. It builds on the other best story of the game. What is the other best story? So wait, I'm trying to look at this mount here. Don't even know if other players are showing up. Let's see, Gunbreaker. Well, if he's gonna go Gunbreaker, then I'm gonna change out to Samurai. Okay, this has been a while since I've done Samurai. Wow. Unfortunately, that's a long walk back. And there goes my Chocobo. I'm gonna go ahead and port back. Samurai's fun. I enjoy it. The problem is obviously you have to level up to level 60 in order to get there, to be able to unlock it. It is one of my favorite DPS classes, but it's not my favorite overall DPS class. My favorite overall is still my monk. Monks are fun because you can do shit. You can do some pretty crazy shit. But monks are very hard to play correctly. I will freely say that. We're gonna go ahead and jump back to Dark Knight. Monks have to worry about positionals a lot, which Like, they look the coolest, but in my opinion, but they have to worry about where they are as far as, like, how they're facing a boss. Because almost, like, 20 to... Wow, that was a long drop. 20 to 30% of their DPS comes from... Almost as much as 40%, you could say, comes from how much, like, where they're facing. Are they flanking the boss? Are they behind the boss? And their combos change it. So, like, for one hit, you've got to be behind the boss, and another hit, you've got to be below the boss, or you've got to be flanking the boss. So, they can get pretty ridiculous, but they look the coolest. And once you get a hang of it, it's not bad. It's very complicated. So we got both tanks up. We just need to get the 2 healers and 4 DPS. In the case of monks, often it is referred to... Hey, Frank, welcome back. In the case of monks, it is often referred to as the dance, because you have to dance around your opponents. And really, you don't have to do it all that much when you are playing... when you are in the overworld and soloing content, but when you are in dungeons, it's a big thing to do. Oh shit, that's not what I intended. Well, I've been doing a lot of, like, side content, like, side quests and such off stream. Because most of the time when I'm here, people want to watch the main story. But just to give you an idea, so to go in my monk spec here. This is a fire. To give you an idea of how weird the rotation is on this, I have to refamiliarize myself. Where is everything? Or not. I was just waiting on that last DPS. I macroed my victory stance, yeah. It's part of it, like, he will take out his weapons and do his little dance with them. Because I think it looks cool. The Dancing Plague. She's pretty. Ah, so much time lost, so much frolicking and feasting left undone. It's been growing for a while. I haven't gotten a haircut since before before quarantine.
Come and play! For the night is bright and you can sleep when you're dead.
Ooh, I'm glad I threw that up. That... What?
When you play with fire.
Ooh, that was a heal check if I ever saw one.
We're sick of this cramped old castle. Let's play in the forest.
I'm out of mitigation. Almost. Yeah, I saw that one. Oh, fuck me. Trying to stay out of these AoEs and still not kill my party members. Thank God that I had Darkest Night. Oh, no, no. God damn it. Oh, I'm fucking dead. Yep. Well, it makes sense. DPS checks plus... Trying to separate it. Yeah. Oh, hell no. Come on, kill it. If we're gonna kill him, kill him. He has barely any health left. Ah. Okay. Yeah, that's a wipe. We did not kill them fast enough.
And dance like the leaves on the grass.
Well, at least we have the echo.
Come and play. For the night is bright and you can sleep when you're dead.
There it is. There's the wet, wet, wet.
When you play with fire. We're sick of this cramped old castle. Let's play in the forest.
Ow. Come on. I love that. We literally both jumped in at the same time. Synchronized decay. Ah, she did it again. Trying to keep them away from each other. Don't mind me, just tanking him in the corner here. Okay, let's do this again. Hey, Rosie. Sorry I'm not paying attention to chat right now. We are trying to do this, and it's... Alright, Puck's down. So we just need to get Peace Blossom. We've lost 1 DPS so far. Okay, so we got them all.
And dance like the leaves on the fire. This is so much fun. Let's play some more.
You're at 40%, Titania. And I ain't stopping yet. It is very, very lovely. God, I'm so low on... All my mitigation is on cooldown. I don't know. It doesn't look like we're good. Fucking unseelie Faye. Wasn't that how you like it? Somebody LB her. There we go. What are you cackling about, Rosie?
We can play no more.
Well, she said you play rough, and so I was like, is that not how you like it? And I cut that sky open and bring night back. Everybody left except for the one other healer. As Azim and Nama cannot see you. We shall fix.
You have freed our fallen king. Not that I expected any less, my Snayak.
Uh-oh.
The dress, the
Oh.
crown, the scepter, the shoes. The time has come for these relics to serve their true purpose.
Which is?
For they are not only keys to the castle, they are also blessings to be bestowed upon the new king.
Oh, shit.
The way into the castle is opened when it is time to relieve the reigning monarch of the throne. And the brave soul who does the deed has the honor of taking their place.
Okay.
Should you ascend the throne, you will become one of us, never again to live as men do.
That's not something that I could do.
My adorable sapling, my precious mortal. We Fae folk live forever, but such is not your virtue. To strive for a dream you will never see, to sow seeds that others might one day taste the fruits of your garden, that is the beauty of your kind. Burn bright and shine as only you can. These blessings, your lovely branch will accept in your stead.
So you're going to become the new king. That's beautiful.
Kinla, Ilichla, Ilmeg, Okbra.
It's like an autumn queen.
Now, shall we attend to those unwise enough to trespass in our realm?
Let's do it. I love how scared they all are.
Confound it. How did they get here so fast?
Damn these pixies and their tricks!
How in the seven hells?
Listen well. We come in pursuit of villains who have fled to this land. You know who and where they are. Now show yourselves and answer me before I lose my patience.
See, I already did this. They're not afraid of you.
Oh, stop! It hurts! It hurts!
Enough! Lift the enchantment!
Because Alphino cannot stand to see people hurt in his stead.
Minfilia, willful child. How many times must I come to collect you?
I won't return to Yulmore. And I won't let you hurt my friends.
What is this stance? Where did you learn it? No oracle I trained would make such an unseemly show of herself. Know your shame, gal. You're powerless. You have no life nor purpose, save that which our master sees fit to permit.
Can I punch him in the face, like, hard?
Who are you to dictate her purpose? To lock her away and deny her a life? If she was powerless, it's because of you, you sanctimonious swine. But no longer.
Are you just, like...
Fool! Defiance only begets more suffering. It is through acceptance alone that one may find solace in this god's-forsaken world.
Look! The sky!
It's a dad off. I love it.
He's done it. The warrior of darkness has triumphed.
General? What are our orders? What do we do?
We do what we came to do. Subdue this rabble and find the warrior of darkness.
Forward, men! Take the villains captive! Are you deaf? I said...
Oh, shit.
What's happening?
This is not gonna go well for them. I believed you. But that's a horrible... Oh, shit.
What's the matter with you? Get a hold of yourselves, damn it!
Yeah, they are. Well, just remind me when I finish my stream and I will link it to you.
General, they come in greater numbers. We must retreat.
All who stand with a warrior of darkness shall face justice.
My master demands it.
We may face justice, but not today. That is a hella beautiful dress, though. And I do not use that term lightly. On kazoos.
I see. Well, it's a good thing Fairul volunteered to become king in your stead, for all our sakes.
We are grateful for your timely aid, Fairul, or should I say, your majesty.
It was the first night in recent memory. We all of us but wished to make the most of it. That's something you must remember about us Fae folk. Though our existence may be eternal, we exist only for the present. We live in the here and now, paying no mind to futures that may or may not be. To wit, we are not driven as men are. We cannot fight for such causes as men do.
Does that mean you won't aid us against the Sin Eaters?
Not unless the mood takes us. But if it was to repay a debt, well then, that's another matter. To take back as much as is taken. To create as much as is destroyed. To give as much as is received. Such is the way of Ilmeg. By this law, we shall lend you our strength. In return for the beautiful sky you have restored to us. In times of need, do not hesitate to call.
Monarch would have made a lot of sense, especially with with their wings. I'll be sad to lose you.
Silly sapling. I shall remain at your side. Even should my body be in the castle, 'tis a simple thing to have a little part of me accompany you. Treat them as you would your Isnefis.
That's subtle. Very subtle. Did you see that? NB, non-binary. But I do not know if any of you subtly noticed how Faol said that, and for a moment, Alice looked kind of jealous, for lack of a better term. She was just like, like pout. Ne'er for a moment did I doubt that thou wouldest triumph over thy foe, yet the majesty of thine achievement delighteth me nonetheless. Night hath returned to Ilmeg, and we stand one step closer to delivering the first from its doom and averting the 8th umbral calamity. 'Tis but a pity thou wert not present to see the Fey folk put the Yulmorans to flight. 'Twas a sight to raise the spirits, I do assure thee. Ah, but what valuable allies they might prove, were the mood only to take them. And we now have Freebird and Ilmeg. So we can fly! Thancred wishes to have a word with the hero of the hour. I knew you could do it, not only because of your blessing. You have a strength all your own, and it has seen us through many a trial. With the warden defeated, I believe our work here is done. It's time we were going, together, needless to say. To the bitter end, the fate of our two worlds being at stake and all that. Now then, I suggest we hurry back to the Crystarium. Much more may have happened while we were frolicking with the Fey folk. That Ranjit elected to pursue us makes me wonder the city has spared Yulmore's intentions, but I would sooner see for myself. Besides, I believe I speak for all of us when I say I've had a belly full of Ilmeg. Let us away before the fairies think to play with us again. I didn't know you could sit and talk to all the NPCs. Okay, that's all I got what I want. I didn't know that. There's one thing I want to do. We only have one place we have not explored on the map. I love this background music. I haven't seen him in the ability to talk to him. I have seen him come up, like, in cutscenes. St. Fothric's Temple. That's pretty, just a little bit of flat wildflowers. Whatever you, well, whenever you do it. Yeah, we've explored everything in here. Okay, we're gonna head back to the Crystarium. Really? That's a lot. Yes, I know. Okay. So, alright. We are now at the 2.5 hour mark. So we've been an hour and a half since our last break, so we're going to go ahead and take another break. Like I said, about 5-10 minutes. That's what we normally do. I'm going to turn our background music back on here. And I will be back in about 5 or 10 minutes, y'all. Don't go anywhere. And we're back. Good night, Frank. Sleep well. Hope to see you soon. Hope to see you again soon. All right. Back to the next step. So, before accepting this new quest... silly kitties. I see nothing out of the ordinary. The city appeareth unchanged from when I last visited. There is a self-same comforting hum of activity in the air. Though we spent most of our time on the road, Menphili and I actually have apartments here. Perhaps we can now make use of them. All seems well, thank goodness.
All seems well at the Crystarium.
Yes. Ylmor was plainly more concerned with finding us. How flattering.
No. Well then.
You certainly took your time. I had half resolved to complete the task myself.
And you are...
That is an Ascian.
Were one to study the annals of Garlean history, one would find yonder...
No, I hadn't
on
met him yet.
many a page.
I've seen him in cutscenes, but I have not actually
By
met him.
rights, its youth should long since have faded.
Well, well, we have a historian in our midst. That spares me a lengthy explanation. I am Solus Sos Galvus, founding father of the Garlean Empire, and under various guises, the architect of myriad other imperially inclined nations. As for my true identity...
That is a very intricate design.
I am Emmett Selk, Ascian.
Gaius spoke of you, a native of the Source.
Equal in rank to La Habrea. And you came all this way just to introduce yourself to us?
I think he's actually superior to La Habrea.
Behold the sky, restored to its former glory. Have you ever seen a more affecting spectacle?
Yes, on the face of La Habrea when I killed his ass.
Oh, it is truly, deeply... infuriating. Do you have any idea how much you have delayed the rejoining?
Are we talking just by that action, or all of my actions up to this point?
Following the flood, the first had been listing ever further towards the light, towards stasis. The end was in sight.
Picking mortar out of his teeth?
Enter man and his indomitable spirit. He would haul the world back from the brink. And adding his lump and weight to the power of growth, he duly tipped the scales, if only by a fraction. Yet a fraction was enough to spoil the perfect imbalance needed to bring about a rejoining. Had mankind continued to live in idleness under Vorthry's rule, all the conditions would have been met.
And an 8th calamity would have happened.
But you had to come and ruin it all. Thanks to your meddling, light supremacy is in doubt, and our painstakingly laid plans are in tatters.
You're kind of losing your
I
cool,
should
bud.
begin by thanking you for confirming Urianger's theories on the inner workings of the Calamity. He will be most pleased. As for what happens next, might I suggest you admit defeat and walk away?
Happy to let me go, are you? Because the murderous glint in your eye suggests otherwise.
How can you tell I'm blindfolded?
Indeed, it is enough to make me think better of confronting you alone. Look, it did cross my mind to simply side with Vorthri and kill you all. But that's no different from what La Habre did. And we all know how well that ended for him.
I love that he said that, because that just kind of elevated him.
While it is liable to be troublesome, I have settled upon a different approach. Cooperation. I will not raise a hand to hinder your hunt for the Light Wardens. If you desire it, I will even lend you my knowledge and strength.
I just love and look what it got La Habrea.
Since time immemorial, you and yours have labored to rejoin the 13 shards, at the cost of countless lives. Do you expect us to believe that your objective has suddenly changed?
Nay, our objective is the same as it ever was. Though I dare say, you do not know our motive. A war waged without knowledge of the enemy is no war. It is mere bloodletting. Just once. Might we not seek to find common ground?
And what kind of common ground could we possibly have?
For good or ill, I am immortal. Provided I have the inclination, I can always begin anew, scheme and conspire to my heart's content. But this time I thought that I might instead try to see eye to eye, to understand what drives the hero of the source, to determine if our goals are truly incompatible.
Well, considering the fact that you use mass death...
So come, shed your preconceptions. See beyond the unscrupulous villains you take us for. When all is said and done, we may find ourselves pleasantly surprised. The proud discoverers of a path of cooperation rather than opposition. Think of it.
With it, sorry, I was like, shh, let him figure it out.
Thou hast delivered thy proposal, and we would not dismiss it outright. I may offer thee counsel, however. To make thy case via an illusion reflecteth poorly upon thy sincerity.
Get him, Urianger, get him!
My apologies. You will forgive me if I'm not entirely at ease in the presence of a famed Ascian slayer.
What, I've only killed 3?
Prudent to take precautions.
I know, he's got full gamut.
Counsel is duly noted. I take my leave, friends. Rest assured, we shall meet again soon.
Oh god, that just dismissive wave. I love it. Yeah, okay. That's fair. And made a lifelong enemy of Idibus. He appears to be gone, but I won't be lowering my guard just yet. That an Ascian of Emmett Selk, standing, should willingly reveal himself unto us, and all of this junctives, and at this of all junctives is most interesting. He's very funny. Like, he's very interesting. I won't say he's cool. He is funny and interesting. Finding common ground with an Ascian. My entire being rebels at the very notion. So that was an Ascian. Thancred told me about them. Cooperation. He can't be serious, can he? Well, he's certainly been given much to ponder. But, first things first, we should report to the Exarch. You can run along, Arasada. We're perfectly capable of handling this little task. In light of your recent exertions, I'd say you've earned a rest. Go on, take yourself off to bed. We'll see you later, refreshed and ready for more. Oh, I completely forget I had Dark Missionary. I've got almost everything in my toolbox now. I just forget that I have it because I haven't done it. I haven't done any dungeons. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Words. I have to figure out where to look for it. Oh, shit. Here we go. That's the one from today. I have a massive meme library. Now I have to figure out where I can put this. I have a lot of memes. I collect them and I share them. And every time I go live on Twitter, my Twitter announcements and my my Twitter announcements and my all my other social media, I try to link a meme with it just to get people to giggle. So I'll see if I can find the tweet that I used that on. It's not from, I think it's from last week. Yeah, here it is. So it should be attached to that. But I try to harvest fresh memes every time I go live. All right, so am I actually going to get some rest, or are they going to interrupt me in the middle of the night, like always? Sandwich basket? Okay. Am I gonna get haunted? Handwritten missive. I've hoped the past few days have not been overly taxing. Pray take your rest and...
From the Exarch, is it? With that mirror of his, he can watch your every move, you know. He'll probably think you're talking to yourself.
Sandwiches!
Still, he's keeping you well fed.
Unless it's poisoned.
Judging by his people's faith in him, he seems to be a decent sort. But so much about him remains shrouded in mystery. Like, what was he doing back in my day? There was no such person when I was around.
They're still around.
A lot's happened since the flood, though. Since I was set adrift. I know little more than you do of this city's history in the Exarch's past. Not that it matters. It's Emmett Selk we should be concerned about.
I don't know if he did.
When our world was about to be consumed by light, the Ascian in white appeared before us. He said that the only way for us to live on was to bring about the rejoining.
On the moon?
Desperate as we were, we heeded his words, not realizing that the flood was of the Ascian's own making. They cannot be trusted. None of them. But Emmett Selk had one thing right. One should not fight blindly.
You want to wash your axe off?
That's what we did. And it cost us everything we held dear.
Tell me about Sito.
What? What about Seto? What is there to say? All right. He's done some growing. When we were traveling together, he was nowhere near as big. And he obviously couldn't speak. I had no idea how much that medallion meant to him. What about you, anyway? You must have a friend like Seto. Chocobo, perhaps? Come on, you tell me something for a change.
Yeah, of this big chocobo named Quetzalcoatl. And he is cute and lovable and follows me everywhere. And I sleep in my armor. Apparently I ate all the sandwiches. But no, ever since that quest in Heaven's Word, where I got poisoned beer or poisoned tea or whatever it was, I don't trust any food anyone offers me freely. It's just like, wait a minute. Right. Even the part of the Dark Knight quest is actually meeting that woman again and, like, putting her fears to rest. Yeah, and I didn't trust that either, Rose. It's like, wait, am I about to be poisoned again? The manager of suites is in a cheerful mood. Good evening to you, sir. I hope you are well rested. The Exarch and your companions are presently gathered at the Ocular. He asks that you convene with them at your earliest convenience. So what does this do? A picnic's worth of scrumptious sandwiches, aesthetically arranged. Cannot be retrieved once used. Can be used up to 10 times. Meal benefits include +4 skill bonus, +5% vitality bonus, gear durability, XP bonus, duration 30. We will consume that when we run out of our boiled egg benefit. Yep. Well, what are you discussing? We are halfway through 77, y'all. We are 2.5 levels from maxing out Dark Knight. I bet she is asking why you no sleep and cuddle. Yes, Scope is Kitty. Short for Kai Scope because she is a tortoise shell cat. Why are we all staring at the wall? Is the game on?
Ah, there you are. You're just in time to welcome our guest.
5 Gil says it's an Asian. I was right. Thankard, you owe me 5 Gil.
Please. Did I not explicitly tell you that we would be meeting again soon? Lest you forget, I made you a promise. I have no intention of meddling with your mission. I come only to observe.
Your Exarch friend in particular has piqued my curiosity. Summoning you all like that. Most impressive.
No. I'm still running.
You honestly expect us to believe you've come only to observe? Or that you might deign to lift a finger to aid our cause if called upon? Even if there were a sliver of truth in your words, I would never accept your help. Not in my darkest hour. Not after all the suffering your kind has wrought.
So petty. I meant what I said, and I said what I meant.
Uh-huh. I bet you did.
Wage your war against the Sin Eaters, put each and every Light Warden to the sword, prove yourselves heroes, brave and true, and I will be glad to embrace you as allies. Allies worthy of bearing the burden of truth. Surely such a partnership.
I'm still running as far as I'm aware of.
Round of fisticuffs.
And thus did the olive branch wither and die. Pity. Well, let no man say I did not try, futile as it was. Though I suspect you will seek me out when you grow tired of making the same mistakes.
Which mistakes are that?
Difficult decisions lie ahead of you. Decisions best made with the benefit of knowledge to which only the Eternal are privy. For now, I shall resume my shadowy vigil. Whatever you choose to do, make sure it's worth watching, would you?
Well, he's got kind of a slouch to the way he moves.
that all about?
A vain attempt to make us doubt our chosen course, most like. As if we'd believe a word that passed his lips. Unless you think there is some truth in what he says.
A kernel, perhaps.
If he simply meant to lead us astray, he could have done so without revealing himself. At least, not in the manner he did. It goes without saying that an alliance with the Ascians is out of the question. But since we have no way
God,
of
we
knowing
all
what
have
they
light
might
hair.
do, it seems only logical to press on with our mission, even if our enemy seems content for it to succeed.
Then let us discuss the Sin Eaters. I would begin by thanking you all for your efforts thus far.
Get Stola in here and we'll all have light hair.
And Ilmeg, you have accomplished more in your short time here than all of our forces managed in the last century.
That may be, but the Wardens of Calusia, Armarang, and Raktika remain.
Indeed, and their precise whereabouts are as yet unknown.
Yeah.
Which is why I propose we divide our forces and conduct a systematic survey of each region. Once we have found our quarry, we may then determine how best to proceed.
I'll take Armarang in that case. I know the lie of the land well enough.
If there are no objections, I will make for Calusia.
Oh.
I have connections there both in and around Yulmore that may prove useful.
Then I would ask that you journey to Raktika. There you will find Y'shtola. With her assistance, I doubt the Warden will evade your grasp for long.
Is Y'shtola the conjurer you and Urianger used to talk about?
That's right. Though we haven't spoken much since she left for the forest.
I fear I may be to blame for that. I had every intention of relaying the news of your arrival, but she is disinclined to speak with me. You have visited her, have you not? Might I trouble you to...
'Twould be no trouble.
My thanks. While you are all out in the field, I shall be here attending to business. I had somewhat fancifully contemplated joining the search myself, but other matters demand my attention.
You gotta coordinate the war effort against Yulmore.
A missive from Lord Vorthry. He invites me to join him in Yulmore to discuss the recent conflict at Leader Luran.
And? Did he even bother to offer any bait? It's obviously a trap.
I should be surprised if it were not. Nevertheless, I must seize this opportunity to speak with him, even if only a few words are exchanged. Though my power will be much diminished so far from the tower, it is a risk I am willing to take.
Just don't make me have to come rescue you.
Master Alphino, might I impose upon you to accompany me to Yulmore prior to beginning your reconnaissance?
Of course.
Then let us make ready. Safe travels to you all.
At last, I can finally meet Stola. Thancred has told me so much about her. Benfilia and I are no strangers to Raktika, but this is perhaps the first time we've bothered entering through the proverbial front door. I should be glad to apprise thee of Y'shtola's recent endeavors during our journey to Raktika. There are so many ruins scattered throughout Armarang. I'm honestly not even sure where to start. This very much... Okay, so talking to them all like this, do you know what this makes me think of? It literally makes me feel like I'm playing Final Fantasy VI. Like, making sure I talk to all the NPCs before I continue and do something else. And they all have, like, these one-line, like, little thoughts on what they're doing. I confess, a great deal of my time in Calusia was spent befriending the people, but that is not to say I gave no thought to our primary goal. Once I have escorted the Exarch to Yulmore, you can be certain that I will do all I can to discern the whereabouts of any warden you may find hiding in Calusia. Before you leave, I would make a request of you. There is a church, or rather the ruins of a church, at Fort Job. May I ask that you go there before seeking out Y'shtola? It was a place where people once gathered to worship the light. Alas, it has long since fallen to disuse. Yet, within the hall, there remains a tablet, whose writings I believe may prove useful to Y'shtola. At the very least, such a relic would make a suitable gift for your reunion. A most considerate proposal. Very well. Ere we depart for Rak'tika, we shall journey to Fort Job, that we might secure this relic. Okay. Look at everyone else before you find it. Okay. Thancred and I have come across these ruined churches before. I wish I could have seen them before the flood. The windows are works of art, I'm told. I do not doubt this place may weather another assault by the Sin Eaters, but I cannot hope to hold it should Yulmore and soldiers return. Even with their limited numbers, the guard can use the terrain to their advantage. Perhaps I can convince the captain to lay a few traps out in the field. Here amidst these ruins we find the Church of the First Light, and within that hallowed hall the tablet we seek. Time is of the essence, my friend. Let us be quick. What? No, not die. Okay, apparently I can't use it. Oh, it's for housing. I thought it was for, it was an actual item to be used. Fortunately, I do not have house. Urianger appears lost in thought. At the height of Lakeland's prosperity, these sites serve not as man's final bastion, but as testament to his ingenuity and architectural prowess. The Church of the First Light was responsible for many such marvels, building majestic chapels in every corner of this realm. Alas, the flood with its inexorable tides would drown nigh every one, and did all but put an end to the religion as a whole. For the creatures which then did rise from that fungant deluge were seen as agents of divine punishment, sent to devour sin and sinner both, whence came the name Sin Eater. The people were lost, seemingly forsaken by their god. Yet, where there is light, there hath ever been a shade, and 'twas in the dark they sought solace. The most devout of these worshippers of shadow did then migrate to the Rak'tika Greatwood, but that is a tale for another time. For now, let us find what remaineth of the chapel here. Play sandwich, eat sandwich. Would be most unusual, but mayhap the hall was built below ground? Aye, this is indeed the church we seek. It's surprisingly intact. What little is left of the churches I've seen until now has always borne the scars of decades of disuse. The subterranean construction hath done much to protect the hail from the ravages of time. Hall, not hail. Yet the reason for its unremarkable preservation may be deduced with its destination. As faith in the light did wane, so rose did reverence for the dark. And its worshippers did want for places of worship. To be plain, the standards which do adorn these walls belong not to those who built them, but to worshippers of the dark, the nights blessed, who subsequently migrated to Raktika, yes? Indeed, 'twas beneath the shaded boughs of Raktika Greatwood that they finally found sanctuary. Often, many times, did Yulmore make surreptitious overtures of friendship unto them, but they were no fools. The exarch knoweth full well that Ishtola in her seclusion doth labor to learn all she may be of the blessed in her past. I cannot read his dialogue fast enough. The tablet of which he spoke is no doubt provideth a glimpse to the history that she so yearneth to comprehend. Well then, we better hurry up and find it. I can barely see my hand in front of my face. If only that torch were a little closer. Were the tablet a fragment of Holy Scripture, 'twould most assuredly rest here upon this altar. Yet this would, I presume, also have been where the blessed placed the font of seeing used in the practice of their faith. Whither they would have set the tablet. Let's see, what did you send me? Oh, is that Gabe and Flower with the in a cell shaded style? Can anyone tell me what this infernal tablet even looks like? Search your surroundings for the tablet. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target an area and inspect it with the left mouse button. So it's just the same dialogue they had before, yeah. Under the table on the right-hand side? There it is. You have located the time-worn tablet. Found it. It's right there. Right there. Within the altar, thou sayest. Like that the guy with the blindfold found it first. I don't know, I really like this music here. Like the piano. I certainly hope this is what we're looking for. How are you able to see in the dark? And inside the altar of all places? While blindfolded? Naught escapeth thine eye, 'twould seem. 'Tis indeed the tablet we seek. Curious, these engravings predate the Knights Blessed. If I'm not mistaken, they were written in the script of the ancient empire of Ronka, whose capital once stood in the midst of what is now Raktika. 'Twill be no small matter to decipher them. A fine gift for our seeker of truth. Displaying the Exarch understandeth Y'shtola only too well. But come, let us quit this place and make ready for our journey to the woods. Why scree? Should we not be going? We have a gift to deliver. Thancred mentioned Y'shtola's passion for learning. I expect the tablet is just the sort of thing she'd like. Menphilia has a very cute dress. I will say that. Ere we depart, it is a custom of the Knights Blessed, which I feel compelled to elucidate. As one might expect, they deem the light to be abhorrent, and everything it touches befouled. Thus, they take the utmost pains to protect all they can from its taint, including their very names. To speak plain, it is a belief of the blessed that one's own name must ne'er be uttered in the light of the everlasting day, yet this commandment precludeth not using the others. Thus do parents protect their children, and in rare cases masters their disciples. So this is that Y'shtola hath taken the name of Master Matoya. Lest we offend them, I bid you speak not her true name in the blessed presence. With that in mind, let us speak with the guard who keepeth vigil at the great wood's border. So, this is going to take a long explanation. There is an anime series that was in the 90s that I really enjoyed that was called Tenchi Muyo in Love. It eventually became Tenchi Universe. It was a harem anime, but at the same time, it was also an anime about... it was an anime that also dealt with, like, the main hero was not a complete pushover, and they actually had plot other than just who is he going to choose to sleep with. I bring this up because there is a moment in the first OVA film where they're having to go back into high school, and in the first OVA they have to go back to high school, and Ryoko, who is like the space pirate captain, is pretending to be a teenage girl, but because she's a space pirate and is like kind of she's not like muscle bound, but she's tall and lanky and very much an athletic woman. They're having to do gym class because she's pretending to be a high school student, and she couldn't fit into any of the uniforms for girls, so she's having to wear these loner gears that are actually boy uniforms, and she gets so mortified at one point she turns to one of the other girls who could fit in the regular uniform, and she just grabbed them and started to kind of yank her shirt off and say, "Aika, give me all your clothes," just out of nowhere. So, Saria, when you said, "Menphilia, give me all your clothes," that was literally the first thing that popped into my head. Which is a joke that only I am going to laugh at, because nobody knows what I'm talking about. I need your clothes and your motorcycle. I know I have no reason to, but I can't help feeling nervous about meeting Stola. It'll be good to see Stola again. I pray thee heed mine explanation of the blessed and customs. 'Twould be ill-advised to provoke their ire. Your clothes, give them to me. Well met, traveler. What business brings you here? Yes, of course, right this way.
No matter how far he goes, man
Blah,
cannot
business.
resist looking back on the path he has walked.
Words.
The untold stories and secrets of the past can be more alluring than the promise of tomorrow.
Is this the much memed Storm or Shadowbringers music?
And so he braves the forests of Raktika in search of mystery and wonder. Of Ronka, to which all seekers of hidden truths are inevitably drawn.
The Raktika Greatwood.
We have arrived. Vast though these woods may be, they are, by and large, uninhabitable.
Why uninhabitable?
Not so the swamps of Cydia, however, whose sparse foliage permitted man a foothold.
Boy! Do you have to keep interrupting everything?
No lands must remain beyond our grasp. Go forth, conquer, rule.
Just literally, Arasada just kind of walks past him, smack upside the head, and just keep going.
Nostalgia for those halcyon days. Exploring virgin territories, subjugating primitive peoples, all for the glory of Garlemald.
If you've brought your ivory standard, I'll be happy to tell you where to stick it.
I love how he just suddenly, like,
Can we not
deflates.
simply take a moment to enjoy the view together? Or would you rather I spied on you from the shadows? Much more of this, and I may very well begin to regret my show of good faith.
If you really want to stay, then help us fight.
No, I think not. I am an observer, nothing more. Even shielded by the shadows of these boughs, I feel the light's presence most keenly. To accompany you is taxing enough. To fight is out of the question.
I will suffer your company if I must, but not your commentary.
Yeah, everyone did, kind of. Thancred has told me of the Asians and what they've done. If he isn't willing to help, is it wise to let him stay with us? If he never opened his mouth again, that would be too soon. What is it now? Do you expect me to regale you with friendly banter? Oh, very well. I'll humor you this once. You may wish to consider all my latest act of good faith. Come now, then. What do you wish to know? Why choose this form here in the first? Well, what a curious question. Mortal flesh is but the vessel to which we Asians pour the elixir of our souls, molding it as it fits the occasion, or not, if so we so choose. Be it for a year or a millennium, I prefer to retain the same form until my duty is done. So after arriving here in the first, I fashioned some hapless body into the man you see before you. though, as your friend over there can attest, there are those of us who forego such alterations. He was ever the rash one, La Habrea, jumping from vessel to vessel, never heeding the toll it took on him. Actually, never mind. If you have nothing to ask me, why are you still here? Don't you have wardens to vanquish? A realm to save? 'Tis plain our Asian counterpart meaneth to follow us wheresoever we lead. Were it otherwise, he would not suffer the overabundance of light in these woods. Verily, it pervadeth every corner, and so long as the Light Warden remaineth, the Sin-Eaters shall be free to prey upon these lands without circus. If naught is done, 'tis but a matter of time before the blessed succumb. 2 years past, a swarm of Sin-Eaters did lay waste to their largest settlement, killing a great many of their priests in so doing. Though some few did survive, they knew not how to go on, wayward souls in want of a guiding hand. For a mercy, Stola hath provided that which was sorely needed. They have since endeavored to restore their home, and thither shall we blend on our steps, to Fort Gone. That's a big chicken. Well then, everything looks fallen apart. Well, where is this friend of yours we've come to meet? Urianger said they were rebuilding, but there's no one here. We both know how Urianger enjoys painting pictures with his words, but he did not exaggerate about this place.
I see little sign of recent activity, nor hath any meaningful progress been made with the reconstruction.
Maybe it's an illusion?
Tola sought shelter elsewhere. Come, let us quit this place.
Someone's coming.
Now, surround them!
These Sin-Eaters, they're not like the others.
Do I look like a Sin-Eater to you?
There's a reason for that. Lower your weapons, please. We mean you no harm.
How is it they can speak?
It's a Sin-Eater trick. They mean to kill us all.
We're not Sin-Eaters? Kupo? We're not gonna do that, but I like that that's an option. Maybe if I just grit my teeth at them. Jimmy! Jimmy the Rabbit. Thank you for that raid, my friend.
You have a knack for inflaming the natives.
Well, yeah, that's what I do
You've committed
naturally.
the cardinal sin of boring me. And so I retire to the shade. Good luck.
How are you doing tonight, Jimmy?
There! Did you see that one disappear?
Give me a second till we get to the end of this.
I think I preferred La Habrea.
Who has the attention span of a 5-year-old? Oh, Emmett Self.
Enough. Runard, report.
Master Matoya.
There she is. Oh, I like your new outfit, girl.
We apprehended them as you ordered, but are you certain these are Sin Eaters?
The intense light of the ether I saw was unmistakable. If not Sin Eaters, then what?
'Tis passing queer that Y'shtola should mistake us for the enemy, is it not? Mayhap it hath been too long since last she beheld the radiance of thine ether. Master Matoya, hath time truly made strangers of us?
Nay, I recognize you, Urianger, Thancred. And this is Minfilia of the First, of whom you spoke before.
Just so. And knowing as thou must that we come in peace, might I prevail upon thee to have thy comrades lower their arms?
First explain this other presence in your company. The one I know not.
Oh, come on!
There is but one manner of creature in this world whose ether is suffused with such an abundance of light.
Mine apologies, Master Matoya, but thou art mistaken. Before thee standeth our dearest comrade, the truest hero among us. Though he is but recently arrived here in the First, not one but 2 Light Wardens have already perished by his most puissant hand.
Are you surprised?
It cannot be.
It has been too long, clearly. No, it's a dictionary in the center between 2 thesauruses.
Lower your weapons. Forgive us this hostile welcome. Come. I would give you a proper introduction to Raktika and its people.
I like the pattern of his fur. Okay, now that I have a chance, I'm going to do a thing. Because I was waiting for that cutscene to end. For those of you playing the home game... My man, Jimmy the Rabbit, who just rated us. If you are not following them, I highly suggest that you do, or I will severely judge your life choices. Jimmy is an amazing streamer, really chill, laid back, love being in his chat, love hanging out with him. You were playing some Dark Souls. Did you progress any at all, Jimmy? And welcome everybody who's coming in from Jimmy's stream. I am Evan Blade of Revan, a variety streamer. Recently we've been doing a lot of Final Fantasy XIV, but I also sometimes do Secret World Legends, as well as some other side stuff. Last month we did nothing but Star Wars content. Right now we're trying to work our way through the Shadowbringers plotline. We're about, I want to say, like a third maybe. I don't know. I haven't been tracking it really. I've just been kind of letting it wash over me and enjoying it. You have been busy since traveling in the First, I gather. but I should hear the tale of your travails in more suitable surroundings. With Fort gone yet to be rebuilt, the Knights Blessed have had their home in a settlement to the northeast. I will await you at its entrance. Follow the path through yonder gate, and you will find me soon enough. So seeing her in this outfit reminds me of a comic I read a while ago that somebody did that made me laugh. This was like hand-drawn comic somebody did where it was back at like the Waking Sands, and they were using Ardbert as the Warrior of Light stand-in as he's like taking off his shirt, and he's got all these bite marks all over his skin, and Urianger sees it, and he says, "My friend, you have seen battle recently. What kind of creature would leave such marks all over your body?" And then it cuts to Stola in the background sipping tea, and she's like beet red blushing. And it's like, and the speech bubble is Urianger continuing to talk as he says, "Surely it must be an incredibly ferocious one." And she's just like, "Mm." And a part of me like thought, you know, I'm gonna read that from the standpoint of either Urianger truly has no clue and is being a complete himbo, or he knows exactly what's going on and is choosing to subtly make fun of them. There you are. I was beginning to worry. Much like the Twelves would, this forest is a way of dealing with those who stray too far from the beaten path. But I digress. Let me show you the home of the Knights Blessed. It honestly could be either. It could have been the first, and then later on he realizes it and then giggles to himself. Alright, so the first thing we do is completely ignore the people here. Attune to the Aetheryte. And get the Amaro Keep. Oh, I've let my... Quetzalcoatl! To make their home here, and so swiftly, what would surely have required no small amount of ingenuity, a most impressive feat, wouldst thou not agree? Finally, a place to rest. Yeah, Tesleen was a bit of one too, I will freely admit, though that one hit me kind of harder because I thought they had gotten better at it. And also was a bit more of a... So, Moonbrita, like, let herself be sacrificed. Tesleen, it was an unwilling sacrifice. So, have you ever seen such a tree? To think that these are only the roots. I was pretty sure she was going to get offed about halfway through that quest line. Oh, you're welcome, Jimmy. What were you working on? They're too cute? Because that's how it works with me, Saria.
Slitherbow is the largest of the blessed settlements. They worship no gods, instead revering darkness itself. It is a curious kind of faith, but one which has granted them the strength to persevere in the wake of the flood.
Oof, that must have been a lot. Well, that's a nice outfit.
I hope you weren't expecting a grand feast by way of welcome. They are a simple people.
I'm just glad to see you, Stola.
Now, I would hear of your travels away from prying ears. Come.
That is one character Rosie is going to fight tooth and nail for. I honestly think Rosie's going to fight harder for Emmerich instead of fight harder for Emmerich than she would fight for me.
I see. And now you seek the Light Warden of Raktika.
Well, yeah. I am not but a hammer, and all I see are nails.
I too relied upon the Crystal Exarch for guidance. But his penchant for secrecy and the telling of half-truths soon lost him my trust. And thus did I strike out on my own. My work eventually led me here to the forest, which I have come to know like the back of my hand. I cannot say with certainty where your quarry is hiding, but I am confident I can narrow the search.
Well, go on then.
Some few thousand years ago, this forest stood at the heart of the Empire of Ronka. A great many relics of that civilization can still be found to the east in Ixmaya. Or rather, could be found, were the area not fiercely guarded. Ixmaya, you see, is home to a tribe of warriors whose lineage is said to date back to the time of the Empire.
Who have
Any attempt to
amazing
enter their
heels.
territory is met with lethal force. They offer no warnings, and suffer no trespasser to escape. Needless to say, my every attempt to survey the area has been thwarted.
Mayhap the Warden hideth there, full knowing none may approach it for fear of these protectors.
Maybe she can feel the ink on the page.
As for the tablet, I find the timing of its discovery suspiciously convenient. If I did not know better, I would think someone was trying to curry favor with me.
Of course he is.
Regardless, it will take time to decipher these writings. Yet I would not be at all surprised if they somehow held the key to entering Ixmaya unmolested. The Exarch has a nose for serendipity.
Just a bit.
If there is aught I can do to assist thee in unraveling their secrets, thou needst only ask.
Thank you, Urianger. I may well take you up on that offer. While we set to work, might I suggest you take a tour of the city? Should you be in any doubt as to the importance of your role as the Warrior of Darkness, the people here will surely cure you of it.
I must say, Ishtola, while most of us have struggled to come to terms with our altered circumstances, you seem to have adapted rather well.
Lest you forget, Master Matoya and I dedicated our lives to uncovering the truth which hides at the heart of our world. Though separate, the fate of this reflection is nevertheless bound to that of our home. That I would be daunted by such an invaluable opportunity is absurd.
I think you insulted her, Thancred.
But what of you, Thancred? Could it be that you are still struggling to come to terms with the nature of your young companion?
Oh, she's going straight for the throat.
My struggles are none of your concern. Quite why you would speak thus and in this company, I do not know. Perhaps you left more of yourself back in the source than I assumed. you'll excuse me.
Damn. Yeah, she went straight for the motherfucking throat on that one.
He understands that I'm not the same, that I'm not her.
Understands, perhaps, but does not accept. The question being whether he ever will. And whether you will, more importantly. As difficult as your circumstances may be, they are yours, not his. 'Tis you and you alone who bears ultimate responsibility for your life. But you need not make any hard choices now. Why not go and get some fresh air, clear your head?
Why not go and set yourself up to be kidnapped? Anytime somebody says, why don't you go get fresh air, why don't you go set yourself up to be kidnapped so we can go rescue you later? When Y'shtola first arrived in the first, she made swift work of the Cabin of Curiosity. Her thirst yet unsated, she then journeyed hither, seeking the wisdom of Ronka. She found little in the way of welcome from the blessed, however. 'Twas not until the great fire, where she denied the Sin-Eaters a feast of Aether, that she gained their trust. Since then I have served as liaison twixt Slitherbow and the Crystarium, that she might be kept abreast of the others' efforts. I wished I'd never... How can you tell? I mean, I'm not indifferent to Thancred's troubles. Nevertheless, I will not apologize for holding him to a higher standard after all these years. He has ever been a man of considerable resolve, and that is what I continue to expect. Though it heartens me to know that some of us remain ourselves in spite of our present circumstances. But I can but imagine how Alize and Alphino have changed since arriving in the first. Change is a part of life. We can hope it's a change for the better. You're right. After my untoward remarks to Thancred, no doubt he thinks I've changed for the worst. I have to speak with him later. Ahem. Returning to the matter at hand, I really must begin work on deciphering this tablet. In the meantime, perhaps you should take a look through Slitherbow? If there is anything you need, pray, speak with Runar in the plaza. Stop being mean, Rosie. What, blue flame candles? They look red to me. And low res. Or do you mean the ones that Y'shtola had? Flame's not moving. Go repair my gear. Well, that's interesting. They have their own Stargate. Thaliak, ruler of rivers and wisdom, god of knowledge, is the guardian deity of Charlian. He commands the elements of water and is associated with the third moon of the Orzen calendar. Thaliak is father of Lomaean and teacher of Birgot. Welcome, friend, welcome. My apologies for our less than hospitable greeting earlier. Tell me, what is your name? From where do you hail? From the Crystarium, I see, and this tablet you brought may help us find the Light Warden here in Raktika. Yet you are welcome to stay with us as long as you need. Come, let us show you around. Would it be alright if I joined you? Of course, of course. Anything for the guests of our dear Master Matoya. Thank you. She means a great deal to the Knights Blessed, doesn't she? If not for her, we may have all perished in the Great Fire. With our priests slain and our home in ruins, we were at the mercy of the Sin Eaters. It was she who drove them back, and with her sage guidance, we were able to rebuild. God damn it. That is not to say there were not those hesitant to grant an outsider such authority, myself included. Perhaps it is the smile in her eyes when she speaks of the sunless sea. I feel whole again. Now that she is with us, I have no doubt that others feel the same. She is as much part of this Knights Blessed as any of us, and we are grateful for all she does in service of the dark. But you did not hear this from me, yes? Now, would you know if there are certain customs we ask guests to adhere to as long as they reside within Slitherbow? To show reverence to the dark? In a word, yes, but fear not, it is not too involved. Let us begin with something simple. Follow me. Just a little bit. Granted, it's Stola, and who wouldn't crush on Stola? Let's see. Yeah, my guardian is Naimia, the Fate Spinner. Just a pile of candles in the corner. Should you see any of our people come to this chamber, they likely have returned from a journey beyond the borders of Raktika. We use the water stored here to cleanse ourselves of the light's impurity. A simple and perhaps peculiar custom, but it is one of our most important. Would you two kneel for a moment, that I might rid you of the light's impurity? I've got that Batman kneel. As Runar lightly sprays you with water, your skin begins to tingle. And with that, you have been cleansed of the light's blighted touch. How do you feel? I'm not sure, to be honest. Not refreshed exactly, but I do feel different. Has this water been treated in some way? Only blessed by our priests. They are practiced in the arcane arts. As such, it is said that their prayers imbue the water with a faint, dark energy. A prickling sensation. No one has ever spoken of such a reaction before. I wouldn't say it's an unpleasant sensation, but I too felt something strange. The dark aspect of this water should have no discernible effect, unless... By the gods, Master Bentoyo is right. You are sin-eaters. I jest. What you felt was likely no more than the chill of the water. Perhaps it would be a good time for you to reacquaint yourselves with the people of Slitherbow. For that, I must teach you a customary greeting. Very Khajiit. Aelin Tuta, the language of the Ronka, is one of several ways one might say, the world is not as safe as it once was, and this greeting lets us quickly discern friend from foe. Is there a handshake or gesture we should know too? I would hate to offend anyone. You need not worry. Merely speak the words Aelin Tuta, and they will know you as friend of the blessed. Or the blessed. I will await your return here. Now go. They are likely to be heartened by your knowledge of our ways. The chat modes say Aelin Tuta to greet villagers of Slitherbow. Or is it under character configuration? That's a log window. The elderly woman smiles warmly. This person over here might be closer. Ellen Shisi, welcome, friend. I take that you will remain in these woods for some time, yes? Be wary of these woods. You will find poison in near everything you see. But fear not, our medicinal tea will help keep you healthy. Ask and it is yours. What? Newcome traveler, Alan Chisi, and welcome to Slitherbow. You must forgive us if we seem strangely reserved. We are quiet and taciturn people. Silent, serene as the sunless sea. The quiet makes it easy to discern the presence of eaters and other dangers here in the forest. Of course she is. That's cute, Zarya. Everyone was so kind and gracious. I was nervous at first, but already I'm starting to feel at home. There is much I have to learn about the Knights Blessed, but their faith and strength of will is nothing short of inspiring. I can see how they've built such a thriving community. Okay. We are actually going to end it there for the evening. That's after midnight, and we've hit the 4-hour mark, and I'm starting to... I'm starting to hurt. 1 second here. There we go. Let's see what. Let me see this Discord image. Aw, she is cute. I love the little curtsy. All right, we're gonna go ahead and call it there for the evening. Yours truly is getting kind of tired and is hurting, and I need to make a dinner as well. So let us see. Okay, who is streaming? Looks like we raided her last week. So let's go ahead and do that again. We're going to raid Amy Rose Sweeney again. Amy Rose is an amazing streamer. She does a lot of retro stuff as well as some side. The original Leela. I love that. Looks like she's playing Muse Dash. I have no clue what that is, but it looks like this cutesy little side scroller. So I'm going to send you all over there. Let me set up. Let me set up that raid. As always, I want to say thank you to everyone who came out tonight, everyone who hung out in the channel. Special thank you goes out to Jemmy for that raid. As always, the raids help us out a great deal. Go ahead and sign up there. We'll go and say hi to Amy Rose. Drop her a follow. I love you all. I hope to see you all again very soon. We should be back. If we are coming back this week, it'll probably be late this evening. Oh, okay. Well, if you look down below, there is in channel points, there is an option to spend channel points to guide the raid. So if you want to do that in the future, then we can go ahead and do that. But right now, we'll head over to Amy. But yes, if anybody wants me to raid someone, feel free to use that one. I love you all. I hope to see you all soon. You have a very, very good rest of your day.